All right, day 46, I think, and I'm joined by Hunter Phillips, who's going to fix everything for me. So here we go. Let's see. So this is really janky the way I do this, but like it can see. It's so meta when I start doing Zoom. Usually I have like a giant screen too, but it can see our Zoom. If I stop sharing, it can see you. W- what if? What if we just see kind of what you've got working right now and try to get through some of the issues that you were seeing with Claude Code? Because I just haven't played much with Claude Code with my agent.
Yeah,
And then if it works, we can get into LLMs.txt a little bit too. But you'd have to share screen.
I can do that.
I think I have to approve.
There we go.
Allow. You are allowed.
Okay.
I do not believe that you're sharing it.
Oh, I just requested. No, I can share. That's what I should do.
Yeah, Zoom. I hate Zoom.
Okay.
Yeah, so where was it hanging up? I'm just.
Okay. So I think like it was able to spin up a Rook session like programmatically for me and just give it the context up front. So rather than Rook join the environment and then try to restart the thread, it's like just start me off a new thread with the environment like already joined or join the environment immediately. I don't actually know how Claude did this, but here's like the working example. And see, I didn't even type anything. Rook just started off saying, "Hi, let me see what I can do."
Oh,
And
that's probably weird.
so, so it's like Claude preempted Rook on my behalf and
It's
just spun up this new Rook session for me. And this is the working example. Now it's still a little funny
that's
because
weird.
you see like the output got split up into like these kind of weird chunks.
Yeah.
Uh, But it is saying logical stuff. It's saying like my so on the right hand side is my like little developer portfolio website, and it's recognizing as readme my like work history. You're seeing like bits and it's kind of hard to read because it's split up, but yeah, you're seeing like little bits and pieces of my work history and projects. I think I added like a skill. I tried to expose a skill from my dev site to say like, yeah, like show hunters projects or apps I've built kind of thing.
Do
Um,
do you have an LLMs.txt, or were you kind of using Rook to build an LLMs.txt?
I did one on the side, yeah, just to like give Rook something to mess with. So allegedly, this site does have, and actually, if I go to llms.txt, yeah, here it is.
Yeah. Oh, cool. And you're also linking out to stuff, so that's actually meatier than just the size of the text. Cool. Well, huh. So I've got you for
So
30
let
minutes. Yeah, let's
you want me to like show how I can try to recreate the
the
where it wasn't working, I guess.
absolutely.
Yeah, let me do that.
Wonder why your session selection window is so short. I'll have to fix that too.
Uh,
Maybe create a new session.
Yes, I was seeing if it had anything to do with my view width. Uh, let's do a new session. Rook day 46. So, oh, Rook, let me just.
and you correct your spelling. You're so much nicer to your agent than I am. Okay, great. So, like,
Rook's doing good.
it's
Then
intelligible so far.
here I am on my site, so I should see. Here's hunterphillips.dev. Well, now I wonder if this will work because it looks like the bundle is like already
Interesting. Yeah.
accepted.
Yeah.
So I just joined it. It didn't give me the prompt to like accept it because I guess I already had.
Yeah.
I might have needed to like totally quit and restart. But let's see if this works
If
anyways.
like if you permanently accept it, then it'll never ask you again, and I don't have the affordances in there yet to undo that decision.
I think I did this session only. So I think if I quit and restart, it would prompt me again. But so let me see now. Okay, I've joined that environment. Uh, What tools are available?
Now, this website probably doesn't have any tools available, and my agent's not smart enough to know tools anyways. Yeah, so it's just like listing out all of your skills that you have with Claude. Say, what do you know about Hunter Phillips?
Yeah.
And by virtue of being in that environment, it should it should at least see. Yep, it's picking that up that from your Claude. So I'm not
Yeah.
convinced that Claude is actually successfully connected to your environment. Um,
Mm.
and and it doesn't surprise me. Like Claude's just going to be broken. Uh, but let's take a look. See. If you open the terminal to the to Rook, then we can see exactly what is inside the prompt. Uh, we can. Do you want to ask the agent to do it, or and I can
Just
explain after.
read the latest logs or something. Or
Try this. You'll probably need to tell it to look at the debug um
okay.
Rook, but then yeah, whenever it's finished reading that, then say find the dash dash instructions, and I think that will make it. Oh crap. No, it won't. Um when I run Pi, it's got an extension that logs the really, really raw prompt because I have to see it. It logs it into a place, but Claude does not have the ability to do that. So, more than one way to skin a cat. Um, if we were to look up, if you were to ask what its current directory was whenever you start a new session inside Rook, then if it's working well, and this is probably the first place we'll see it's not working well, it doesn't have like a project directory. It's got its own like workspace that it starts from, and I'm synthesizing agent skills and agents.md into that place. So join anything. It won't really matter.
Okay. Uh, sure.
Hmm. It says you got a bundle waiting on user slash Hunter Phillips. I wonder what that's about.
I saw the same thing at users Hunter Phillips projects AI.
It's looking
And
for things like agents.md and
yeah.
some.
Okay. Like
Yeah, that'll do. And if you ask what the current working directory is, then it's going to tell you something that explains why it's not seeing anything, probably. Oh, that just means Claude's dead. Um,
Mm,
yeah, let's create another one real quick, and don't worry about joining an environment. Yeah, yeah. What's your current working directory? Oh,
yeah.
wow, cool. So it did actually create you in the right place. If you were to CD into that directory, you can see what I hope that the agent sees, and we can ask it if it sees it. Just open a terminal up to that guy. Unfortunately, it hides dot files. Oh, this is also gross too. Rook can help you when it sees stuff in your Finder, but it asks a very suspicious question. All right, yeah, this is probably the way to do it. So agents.md first. Agents.md is going to be an aggregate of the agents.mds for every uh, environment you're in. And basically it says, here's how things work. But if you were to join an environment that actually had agents.md, it'll plop the full agents.md in this context and say, basically it's saying, hey, as part of Rook, here's all the environments and all the skills and memories associated with them. If you want to actually change anything, then you've got to edit these files, and
Mhm.
it sticks things. I like Anthropic's choice of using angle brackets like pseudo XML to denote things. So unfortunately, as rendered in Markdown, they're just invisible to you. So non-rendered, you'd see a few more things, but it's still going to be fairly boring.
Okay. Mm, okay.
Now, if we were to go back to Rook and join an environment with something meaty in there, like Rook itself, or any of your code.
A new
No, you can stay in there.
session or from here? Okay. Okay.
Stay in there, and
So I can say, yeah. Uh,
probably the AI one looks like it thinks there's something there. So
yeah. There should be.
yeah, maybe join one more just for funsies. I joined hunterphillips.dev because it says that you've got, yeah. Oh, wait, what did you just join?
I joined my projects folder, which does have like an agent's MD.
Join your website, which is towards the bottom, because I'm curious what it's picking up from the website. Okay, now you got 3, and just go ahead, go back, and as soon as you say hi again, then it should reload everything. And this is where it's not doing right. Okay, so now if you go back to that directory, it ideally will look fresh.
Okay. Uh,
Yeah, look in there again. Keep it unrendered because there's important stuff now, but in the um,
I see.
place.
Chat out here.
Agents everywhere. So if you scroll down, line 57 is the start of your editable Hunter Phillips Workspace Project AI Agents MD. Okay, so no, you don't have an Agents MD in there. You must have skills. But inside, yeah, that place you have. something rich going on. Yep, that's your agents.md. So
Y-
all the instructions around this tells Rook, hey, if you need to actually change something in a particular environment, then this path will change this bit, that path will change that bit. And so far, the agent has been pretty good to obey the instructions. It's picking up on the idea of this is a aggregate agents.md file.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
If you scroll to the
Cool.
bottom of that, you've got another environment going on right there, which has nothing in it yet, which is cool. That's fine. You have, ooh, that's a bug on my part. You have a non-editable environment on 117, which why do I with no content? So I might as well just not even represent it here.
Mm.
And in the last little bit, it says that you have all of these skills. So 125 onward, it says that your AI environment has brainstorming, coding, commit, creating skills.
Yep. Those look familiar. That looks right.
Cool. Um, and so I have been depending upon Rook to actually get the skills out of this directory and dump it in just by virtue of finding it at .agents/skills. But maybe Claude doesn't use that directory. Does Claude only use .claude/skills?
You're right. Um, it's like if I use Codex, if I use something besides Claude, it'll oftentimes auto generate like the equivalent agents directory. Um, but if I'm just using Claude, it's just a dot Claude directory with a skills folder.
Well,
Um,
cool. Let's fix it. I think in the next 15 minutes, there's a small chance we can fix it, and then Rook will actually work for Claude, except it's got that weird stutter where it breaks up its text into boxes.
sure.
Uh, all right, time box 15 minutes, and then if it doesn't work, then I'll fix it today. Um, basically, if you wanted to have, it's dangerous to have Rook work on itself, because it'll close itself out from under you. Maybe open your Claude just so we can have
Sure.
maximal agents on a screen at once.
Yeah, let's do it.
Do you dictate to your machine?
Mm. I do have a tool, what, spokenly, just like a cheap whisper flow.
I've started using the Mac built-in one, and it's kind of nice because you can read the words as it's typing them, and it's pretty accurate too, and it cleans up the words too, which is sometimes not what you want. But
Let me start a new session. Project Rook. No, not Rook. I'll just-
or just go with CD directly into Rook itself. I mean,
Yeah, okay.
you're not gonna hurt anything. Yay, YOLO.
Oh, interesting. Do not have access to my.
This is actually pretty neat for me to watch people use Claude.
I should make my onboarding skill global, but that's okay.
Right? So
I can just.
if you had a Rook, kind of an environment that's like a conceptual environment, then you can say I'm developing, and so when I go to a new directory, automatically onboard for me.
Yeah. What's that here?
So it's not the same thing as global. It's just whenever you're actually doing software, it becomes relevant.
Yeah, I wonder how overkill my onboarding skill is. It's probably not much more effective than just saying
read agents to MD. Mhm.
Okay. I'm a Rook expert now.
Excellent. So, I can tell you what I think's happening, and then I'll let you figure out how to tell your agent. I'm interested to see how people use Claude Code because I just don't. So I'm missing some things that. Um, but what if I tell you what I think's happening, and then you see if you can figure out how to make it work?
Yeah.
There is some complexity. The Whenever I store skills and instructions, it goes to a database. But agents work inside directories, and agents are used to seeing agents.md and .agents slash skills is kind of my starting point. Um, and so what happens is when you enter an environment, the um, Rook the Rook process itself will go to the database, pull out the relevant uh, files, and we'll inject that effectively, symlink it into the directory that your agent is working in. And right now, it only symlinks files into .agent slash skills. But if we could go one of two ways with it, either we also just always symlink everything into .claude slash skills, and I think that would probably be fine. Symlinks are lightweight. Or we could say if this is a Claude agent, then we do that instead of .agent slash skills. Did any of that make sense?
Okay. So is the are you thinking the issue is where it currently looks for skills and it's not finding them because it's looking in agents, and if I'm using Claude, I only have them in Claude? Or are you saying the issue is where it then like copies those skills to?
I think it's the former. Although maybe this would be good to just ask the agent because I could also be
Sure.
wrong.
Yeah.
But my suspicion is if we manifested these database files into .claude slash skills in the working directory, then it would just work. Um, but I could also be wrong.
We suspect Rook isn't accurately extracting all the skills from a Claude project because it's looking for an agents directory where there may only be a Claude directory. My free my cheap
I don't think you'll ever get around.
yeah, it doesn't quite hasn't picked up on Claude yet. It always says a Claude.
I would say the reverse of what you said though. The Claude agent is looking for a Claude directory, but only finding um, but the skills are in the agents directory. .agents directory.
If the user is using Claude as their agent, we think Claude isn't, yeah, seeing the skills because Rook is presenting it to it as like agents and not the Claude directory that Claude expects.
That's what I think is happening.
Okay.
And verifying that first would be,
Yeah.
but you still got the two directories reversed. Well, I'll wait until you finish editing.
It's okay, yeah, because Claude in my Rook session is looking for a Claude directory. Rook
It
is only showing it and agents.
yeah.
Okay, so yeah, first investigate or test that this claim is true. Then propose a fix if the issue is found. It says it's ready for a task whenever. It's been ready this whole time. So I just use the Claude CLI. I've heard I've heard more people are slowly converting to Claude's like desktop app because it's gotten better.
I don't doubt it. Have you used Codex yet? It's pretty awesome.
I have it is the new the trend right now that I'm following is using Claude, I guess namely Fable, for your high level brainstorming strategy and like architecture planning, but then always asking Fable to delegate the grunt work to Codex. And that's worked pretty well. Like, a lot of people, Codex is like winning over a lot of people right now because it's just cheaper and
Yeah,
like
and still good.
seemingly as effective. Yeah, still really good. You can Claude Claude has like a Codex plugin on their marketplace, so you can install the Codex plugin, and then Claude's an expert at using Codex. So I've just been delegating as many tokens as I can to Codex when I'm not when I'm done talking to Claude.
That makes sense. I'm still trying to figure out my strategy. So like I'm kind of weird anyways since I'm doing Pi. It was scary at first because when I started experimenting with it is unsubsidized APIs, and I racked up $80 in a couple days before I noticed what I was doing. I was like, this does not scale to a month. uh,
Sure.
but I ended up going with a GPT 5.4, um, and like it worked pretty well. And then when I would run into a wall, that I would go to DeepSeek V4 Pro, and it worked pretty well, although a little bit over ambitious.
Mm,
And I tend to do all of my work on the cheaper models because I'm just cheap. But still, I mean, they're still pretty good. But every once in a while, I feel like maybe I'm screwing myself over when like a month goes down and like something obvious exists that should not exist. I'm like, crap, when did this come into being? So
mm.
every once in a while, I think maybe I'm being a what penny rich? What did Ben Franklin say? Penny smart.
Uh,
I have no idea what he said,
yeah,
but you
I just got. Fortunately, my new employer felt obligated to get me on their, the max plan. So I'm not getting close to like hitting that limit for now.
oh, that's cool. I feel like the
Um,
tides are turning a little bit where it's like everyone wants to. There was token maxing that was all the hotness for a while,
mhm,
but it's gotten too expensive, and I think people are trying to find a sweet spot. And I'm poor,
yeah.
so I was trying to find a sweet spot a lot longer time ago.
Well, it was funny. It's been interesting to me because I always hear about like people just doing the most long running, like crazy complex things that run Claude or whatever your agent is overnight, hours, a full day, and I've like never even come close to anything. I'm like, what are these use cases people are doing? I like my hunch is like, I don't think they're actually doing something productive. I think they're just spinning tokens for 8 hours and saying
and then bragging
it
about
was impressive. But yeah, like what's actually a use case where you need one of these things
like
to
Fable
run
5
all
will
day?
make something impressive, but it might not be like how much description do you have to give it to make the thing that you wanted to make?
Uh,
Yeah. All right.
and they tested this claim from both ends, allegedly.
Hot dog.
And the claim lands differently on each. I love the writing style.
Huh?
Checks in the roots in order. So Rook looks in agents and Claude and code. Yeah, it looks for the main ones you'd
But I think it's
expect.
only doing that for Pi. Well, okay, but it said Claude. Mm, well, okay, but Claude doesn't exist. So for Pi, it's looking at agents.skills. For Claude, it's looking at Claude.skills, which doesn't exist. I don't know. I need to keep reading. Okay, it misunderstood us in that first section in a way that I know what it was thinking. Like, it went to a repo that actually does have a Claude skills, and it saw the Claude skills. But it needs to go to a repo where you have ascribed some skills to that environment. I said the wrong word. It needs to go to a website, for example, where you have ascribed a memory or skills or something. And when those skills get manifested into a directory, it needs to be in .claude. And in stage one, it didn't test that yet.
Okay. Generated agents, agent skills. Why? So this sounds like what you were hinting at. The capability workspace manager builds each session workspace with exactly two services, agents MD and agent skills.
Yep. Which is not LLMs.txt, by the way. I don't have that wired up
Okay.
yet.
Runtime.
Yep. So Claude
Will
is
and enforces, Claude Code discovery rules, which only scans for Claude skills and only auto loads Claude MD, not HSD.
uh, and then it's misunderstanding how Rook is dealing with it in this section. So stage 2 is the thing that's broken, but it's thinking that we've corrected it, but we have not. Well, here's maybe a way to teach it. We could say, look inside the present working directory, if we've got that loaded up somewhere else, and see that it does not, this is an agent workspace. This is where the files are manifested. See that .claude does not exist, but .agents is full. Maybe we need to link .agents and .claude in the same way.
So do you want me to just like point it at an example directory that doesn't have, or like,
Yeah, that wherever that other place is that you had opened up. Yeah, I get the root of that.
Okay, yeah, like in this parent, in this wrapper folder, I only have Claude.
Oh, something's weird there. What's the other VS Code window that you have open?
That's that old like Rook session.
That's the one. In the rook
Okay.
session, it's got a dot agents. If it had a dot Claude, it would work.
Okay. So you want me to ask Claude to test Rook on this?
Yeah, is there any way I can dictate? Because I know it's frustrating for me to dictate to you.
Maybe can you dictate into our chat, to the Zoom chat?
Yeah, 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 I can do that. I'll do that. That's a good idea. The first time I saw someone hack this situation really well is he was working on a Zoom chat like this, and uh, he just pushed his dictation button while his buddy was talking, and it just like captured all the text, and he just edited it. So he didn't tell him he was getting ready to do it. I'm in the wrong app. Let's see, chat. Okay, found my stupid app finally. So we are going to give you an example of a Rook agent workspace. And what I want you to see is that this agent workspace has an agents file, agents.md, that is manifested from the combination of whatever agent files it's found. It's also got a directory that a Pi agent would be able to see into and see the skills, but a Claude agent is expecting a directory which does not exist. And I think maybe this is why it's not working. Maybe that.
Got it. Okay. And I should paste in here.
I've got a pet peeve for Claude. I don't like their verbs or their gerunds sublimating. For some reason, it's like I just don't like it. Don't be clever.
Yeah,
Say-
right. Levitating.
Yeah.
That's it. In terms of that, exactly. It contains only the two persist Rook generates, read-only agents, and agent skills. So no Claude. So for a Claude runtime, scans.
Oh yeah. So it's also Claude.md.
Hmm.
It's yeah. I don't know. So how do you want to fix it? Should we say if we realize that we're using a Claude agent that we just manifest the Claude files, or should we just duplicate everything? which is pretty lightweight, honestly. I don't that might even though it sounds crufty, that might be simpler on the code. It's all like symlinks anyways.
Right. Yeah. I think I like that second approach, at least uh, as a first attempt.
Yeah.
To deal with the complexity of like detecting. Um, okay.
Yeah, just give that a whirl, and if it works, then we'll call it good. If it doesn't, then we'll probably also call it good.
What skills? Eight skills. Which is what it's suggesting, I guess, in its fix, right? Saying in the capability workspace manager, just add two additional symlinks,
Yeah.
plot skills and plot ND. Okay. So the functions. This French. Okay. I forgot to tell it to delegate coding to codecs. So we'll see if it takes too long or
So we're getting a really, really
too many.
high level version.
Yeah.
Fancy.
It's too many tokens.
What model are we using?
It's going to default to
Fable
Fable.
5. Ooh.
I've I've liked it. It's hard for me to articulate. Like I wasn't mind blown right away. Like I was just like, this just seems like Opus still. I think I am starting to buy into their like Anthropic's own guidance where they're recommending more and more to actually be less detailed in your instructions. Like when you're using Fable, you want to kind of like save Fable for your more open-ended, broader, vague um, or request. I guess Claude's thinking is like maybe now, maybe if you're John Behrman and you have very like expert, if you're like an engineering expert and you really know what you're doing, but yeah, maybe you're still better off being more explicit. But for the average user, you're almost better off not trying to give explicit instructions to these things. You're better letting them like find their own solution kind of thing. And I have noticed for more like long running, uh, yeah, like get something off the ground. Like I have a new idea for an app and I just want, the initial scaffolding and maybe a couple of prototypes whipped up for me to look at and get quick feedback on. Um, I do like it a lot. But yeah, for just daily work or individual tasks, I like using a lower tier model because it's less prone to like over engineering or
One thing
thinking.
I'm kind of struggling with is like the amount of information you have to convey is to really get what you want is
Mm-hmm.
it should be high, right? Like I want a specific thing. I don't want there's a large class of things like if I just say make me a transcript based video editor, like copying Descript or one of these editor
Yeah.
things, like I have particular things I want about that. And in order to convey what I really, really want, I have to talk for a freaking long time. And I might as well be using something that's a smaller model that can do the small things easily. But maybe
Mhm.
like Rook is the thing I care about. I don't care about how if I really do want to like copy Descript, I actually don't really care about how it works and it's got a good pattern for it. So maybe that's a good example of things that really I should be doing with Fable 5. I just say I don't care how this app is implemented because it's not Rook, but I need a good example really quick. Like clone this software.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of times I'm using it during like ideation where it is a fuzzy idea in my head. And I'm like, hey, whip up, 3 mock front ends for this. So like so I can see what how you're envisioning this and compare it to what I think the idea is in my head, and then we can kind of iterate from there.
Yep. Yep.
Mm. But it's saying, okay, yeah, there's already some tests here. It's committed.
All right.
Branch Cloud Skill Discover.
Let's give it a whirl. You'll need to. Is it in a work tree? I've got a skill in there that insists things get moved to work trees. So we might want to just double check that it's. You might want to ask it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, it's probably. Oh, good. I'm glad we asked.
Moves in a get work tree. Add work trees. Okay, I did. I told it to follow the convention.
Yep. My apologies. So if you cd into that um
Mm-hmm.
cd into that directory, and I'll make this a quick one. It's from a new terminal, I guess. Well, okay, we got Claude. I'm being stupid. Tell Claude to start it from that directory. It'll know what to do.
Start Rook from that directory.
Yeah, and then let's just look at the what it does, but it'll do the right thing, I'm pretty sure. There's something a little bit buggy about it, but I've set up the workspaces to all be the work trees to all be independent. So if I've got like a start everything command, and if I start it from Rook proper, it's like production, and if I start it from somewhere else, it'll like make duplicate stuff so that um, it's not clobbering my data in production.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Very cool. This might be embarrassing to ask on the live stream, but can you tell me what the work trees are for, or why you like using them?
Yeah, it's fairly new to me too. And I worked at GitHub. It's a GitHub thing where, it's a Git thing where
Mhm.
if you say make a new work tree in this directory, all it's doing, it's a really simple model, is it makes a new branch and opens that branch in that new directory. But because it's doing that, you can have multiple versions of things on your computer at the same time. And so like my typical workflow, if I've got a good example, is I'll say, oh, here's a front end task, do this in a work tree,
Yeah.
and it'll be completely decoupled from, oh, here's a good server
Yeah.
task, do this in a work tree.
Okay. So you don't have to keep switching branches in your current directory, right? It's like,
Bingo. That I
yeah,
one agent per work tree, which is just one
yeah,
agent per
yeah.
branch, and it stays on topic and doesn't get confused by other agents clobbering it.
Oh,
Oh,
I've been doing enough.
don't
Perfect.
worry. FOMO is, yeah, just you gotta ignore the FOMO.
I guess, yeah. My problem is I have too many side projects always going on. So instead of being more, what I should be doing is being more focused on like the current project I'm working on, having multiple agents, working on multiple work trees. But what my current workflow is, it's like I have this Chrome or I have this MacBook desktop. I kick off one instruction and then I swap to my other desktop where I'm working on some other project, so it's like I'm usually only working on one branch at a time per project, but since I'm working on like three projects at a time, that keeps me busy, and I don't
By the way, this is
switching.
this is Hort. It's barking up the wrong tree
Oh,
for some reason. I'm not sure why. Or it's hit a bug that I'm unaware of. Um, you know, pause it for a second and then just try to do it manually because it's a one-liner, and at least I can see the error that maybe it's dealing with. Uh, Open up the terminal to the work tree directory.
I copied it in.
CD into that dude. Oh yeah. Also, you gotta fix the new line. I hate that. That
Yeah,
by itself is a good reason to switch to the desktop app.
yeah.
And
Okay,
then scripts slash run rook. It's not a dot.
okay.
Scripts tab slash run dash rook dot sh. Server space Mac. So and that just run that. We'll see if it errors. Um, that should run the server at a random port of 8351. Good for it. And then it should be building Rook
Hmm.
and then the Rook client. So the server and client are separate things. Looks like so far so good. And if all's well, it'll just open up another terminal with that. I mean, another client with that guy. And let's keep an eye on the time. I know it's getting late for you.
Oh,
Um,
you're good.
so I'll let you drive that.
There it goes.
Alrighty. So do that settings dance, unfortunately.
Oh, mm, all the rooks. Parliament rooks.
Yes, that's what I call when I meet the guys I'm working with on this.
Uh, okay. So just now test the new chat and then like see if it
Yep.
loads the
Do the same
okay.
experiment we just did.
Fixed. So now,
You'll have to show it the other directories and stuff that we're in so that it'll see the environments.
yeah, there's
You got some there with bundles.
this one. And those should work. Oh,
Well, that's not a great start. Um, this is, yeah. So somehow restarting the environment. Oh, yeah.
Yes, this one. That one.
And the new environment's gonna kill it. That's just my bet. Or not. Weird. I wonder what that problem was. That's uncomfortable. I'd rather something always break than break sometimes.
Okay.
Backticks. Gotta
Oh,
kill those.
and there you go.
Ooh. All right, so we should be able to ask it the magic question, and it should be like, "Yep."
Like, tell me what.
Yeah. What skills or what information do you have about these environments? Say the word environments. That'll help it. Ooh. What? Does
There you go. Yeah.
that look right? Maybe.
Yeah.
All right. This is
Refresh
cool. You just
page.
fixed a bug, I think.
Yeah, I sure did.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
You, me, and Fable. See if you can go to one more environment that's like a throwaway website, and we're gonna just create just random functionality on a throwaway website. So if you just like go to example.com even. Yeah, and so now that'll be in your environments list. I've got to make this faster. I made it slow because I wanted to debounce it, but it's annoying.
Yes. That makes sense to me.
So join example.com and try to give it this has worked for me before, presuming we didn't just kill the session. Just tell it to make a skill and to tell me a joke and create a reminder so that every time we're in the environment to use that skill. And I think it'll put those in the right places.
And you said a reminder.
Yeah,
Yeah. School. And
the
should I
example.com.
tell? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's supposed to ask if it's unclear, but I haven't tested it enough. So I wanted to stick it there so I wasn't going to clobber your stuff. If it's getting the skills or the agents.md from your projects, it'll actually inject that stuff into those directories. But if it's something that's disembodied, like a website or an application or a location, then it sticks it in the database.
Yeah.
Okay, so presumably, if we go to a new session and jump back into example.com environment, then it'll tell us a joke. There is one more caveat there, but
Just new chat.
yeah, sure. And just get back into the example environment.
Example.com. I do have a bundle.
Yeah, you so want to click that
Oh
thing,
yeah.
and maybe I just found a usability issue.
Yeah, I've been
Yeah, that needs
doing
to be
that.
a button or something.
I
Yeah.
guess like yeah, probably a good idea. Something else I found myself doing was like wanting to click these to like see more details or something. Like
Yes.
is that some of them they can have like similar looking names, or it's like, oh, is that the actual environment I meant to?
Yes. Yes. All right.
Okay.
So it doesn't really know it's in that environment until the first message comes across, and that's when it sees all this stuff. So it won't start the conversation. It also doesn't necessarily try it. It also doesn't uh, try a new. I think we burned it. Either unfailed, resource not found, resource not found.
Weird. You know, I think the past. I'm gonna investigate. I'll look more into this later, but it seems like maybe I don't know. Uh,
Like maybe the agent
the te-
workspace is not always being created correctly or something. Yeah, maybe say something to it first.
that's what I did. That's what I've done the past couple of times. It's like if I just join a new session and then immediately add an environment
Yeah. Okay.
and then go back to the chat, it seems like it's bugged out. But then when I come in here and say, okay, yeah, Rook is there, I'll go there. I go trying to click it again.
That's a good feedback, by the way. This is awesome working with somebody on this.
And so now what? Now should it just say the joke automatically, or should I say like
Um,
it's
so eventually I'll give it a hint. I'll like have like parenthetical method message, by the way, you just joined this environment. Um, so try Hollow again. I don't think it's gonna tell you a joke, and then just see what skills it has. Or to tell it, maybe tell it, I just joined. Ooh, okay. Woo-hoo.
yeah? There you go. It's
That's yes. I didn't think this should work, but it seemed to have. Uh, okay, that's kind of cool. Like,
the joke.
yeah, that's a good one. That's a real quality one. I feel that right now, man. Hey, man, well, freaking do a PR with this dude. This worked.
Yeah. Look, not even the top of the hour.
Yeah, we got 2 minutes left.
Yeah, it's crushed.
Well, that's
Sweet.
cool. I've not done
Thanks.
any experimentation with Claude. Uh, Another one of the skill is about writing a PR. So,
Use the
oh, broke my ribbon. Let's see. It is open source. Do I need to make you a developer so that you can write a PR? I think you can write a PR even though you're not a developer, since it's public. If it chokes, we'll deal with it. Oh yeah.
yeah, I guess I could have asked before just
No.
the slap PR in here. It looks like it loaded the product architecture PR skill. Does that sound like the right one?
Yep.
Yeah, that was an. I I thought you asked a good question in the last meeting around like what are just things people are working on or questions you have for the group, and I always think of questions. 2 days later. I was like, I'm curious if you're doing anything with like evals, like something I always feel like I should have available is like test, like a reusable suite of tests. I just have it on hand when a new model comes out, and I should be able to run this test suite to see like where it's now more capable than my current go-to model or something.
Or worse, there have
But
been
yeah.
there have been surprises.
Hmm.
I had one of my
Like
first
so.
clients had like the verse was like he updated assuming that everything would just be better because an obviously better model,
Yeah,
and it broke his everything.
I am a huge believer now in, yeah, just setting up evals if you're doing any kind of really like AI use case, especially like an agent workflow or something. Um, I've never had this. It's funny. It's like telling me in my microphone, pull
It's a,
request submitted for 134, and I've never had it do that before.
I have.
Is that
You're using my skills, man.
okay? Yeah.
It's an agent stat MD in there. Since I've got like crap going on, like I just make it use the max say command, and it's kind of cool. It's like, oh yeah, I was working on that thing. It's a good reminder.
That's cool.
Um,
I don't have Redux. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, Fable
oh,
went ahead and forked.
okay, that's fine. I think I get a. How do I? Let's see. You fork it, and then it still writes a PR on my website. I mean, my repo, doesn't it? I bet I have another PR.
Oh,
Yep.
you're right.
Yep.
There it is.
Sweet. I'm gonna land it. I mean, looks good to me. Um,
Do you have a like an automated reviewer or anything?
yeah, freaking. Okay, get back to vowels in a second. One thing you said in the last meeting that is like, yes, is let's remove all the meta conversation thing. And the way that you remember saying something like that?
Yeah.
The way this plays out in code is if it's like, okay, do something and then I change my mind, it'll halfway rip it away and then leave in a piece of code just in case. And it
Huh.
always likes, like in documentation, in code, it's like, we're going to scab over all this stuff and but just leave it there just in case. And so part of my PR flow is to make sure to annotate all those things with this is important backwards compatibility
Yeah.
code because it
Mm.
will honor that at least. And then in another process, I can sweep through and just clear up all the crap that it's leaving me. Um, so I'm gonna let that run. Just I'm curious if it. Oh, you know what? Nah, I'm gonna merge it. Screw it. I can fix it later. All right. All right. Well, that was
Okay.
profitable little time. Um, evals. I almost never do evals in consulting or in my personal work, which is not because they aren't good. They're very useful in the proper place. Most products that I advocate for are very participatory in nature, which means
Mhm.
if you got a smart agent, and the the product itself is transparent enough to the user what the agent is thinking and what the agent is controlling with its
Mhm.
hands, then the user is the eval live, and you just never need evals.
Yeah.
But there are obvious places when you got like a workflow that's happening somewhere else, and you need to make sure it stays accurate, where evals are critical. And so I do think a lot about evals. They are important. Just the products I love are the ones that are participatory, so you don't need them so much
Mm. Yeah.
as much. Um, are you interested in the big five personality traits? because that was one of your
I,
websites.
what did you see it
Yep.
when I switched through here?
Yeah, that was your
Yeah, this was part of the like my personal taste profile or like context that I was working on. But yeah, because part of that exercise, I did a couple of personality tests for fun or just to like have that context. And then I noticed these personality quiz like websites seem to be the most easiest thing. I was like, why can't I copy these and charge $5 or like and just undersell them or something? So yeah, this is one of my side projects right now. I'm trying to make like a AI friendly personality assessment site.
so
But
you're
basically just like a clone of these other personality quit, but a lot of them have terrible user experiences and then you don't get like the AI synthesis, I don't know. I can take multiple tests and see the connections between them and whatever.
that's cool. Yeah, I love this. I'm an armchair psychologist. So for me, is that your like little diagram right there? Is that you?
I think this is just a mocked. This is just yeah, an example.
Mine would be if you swap neuroticism and agreeableness, then that would be close to whatever I am. I have anxiety, although not too bad. I used to have terrible anxiety. And my agreeableness is low, which doesn't mean I'm a dick. It just means that I don't have to have approval. I don't care that much. But I'm open and conscientious and friendly. Yeah, that's
It's fine.
having something that undercuts like all of those websites is a cool idea. I would encourage you somehow towards the meta version of that idea, which is like find all of those type websites that you can charge half as much for and have Fable freaking do all of the websites instead of do one at a time. I I think we're close to that right now.
You mean all of the
I don't
self-assessment quizzes or just all websites in general that
like
have
there's so many like little micro apps that you
Mhm.
could probably have you could just, charge half the price. If you can make Fable generate all of them, like personality quizzes, but also what was one I was thinking about? Like speech to text apps or just anything. Like software as a
Yeah.
service. I think someone's gonna make a factory of software as a service replacers.
Yes. Yeah. There you go.
So which one's yours? Big Five
Uh,
personality?
this was this was Claude's mock-up, and it actually invented the whole idea of like Prism as the name, and see yourself in full spectrum. Yeah, I know
It's
it was funny.
I hate it. It's one thing when it's smarter than me, but when it's cooler than me, I feel real bad. Very cool.
Uh,
Yeah,
awesome.
awesome. All right, well, thank you for giving me a second person perspective on the stuff I've been working on. Sorely needed. It was very time well spent for me. So, and you fixed something. So, thanks a lot for that too.
Yeah, no, likewise. Uh, thanks for thanks for having me on the stream and not giving me too much time to think about whether or not I wanted to do it.
Yeah,
This was awesome. Yeah, and thanks for taking the time out of your trip and your the. Hopefully, this was a good start to your day
no,
and
this
a
is
good end
great.
to mine.
Very good, very good. I,
Yeah,
I feel accomplished.
yeah,
Cool. Well, I've got some more hours of this, and you got to go to sleep.
yeah, yeah.
All right. Say goodnight to Nashville for me. Ciao.
See you, Jim. Good night.
He's not used to saying goodnight
Record.
when he's in Nashville. All right. Of course, since I joined Zoom, it resized all my freaking cameras everywhere. Burp. You go there. And hey, monologues staying the same these days. I wonder what's different about that. Huh. Well, one thing is for sure. I gotta piss. I'll be back in a little bit. Well, that was cool. Thanks, Hunter, for a fun hack. First of many, I hope. All right. Now I have a day to myself. My family is out and about. I think lunch should be sometime soon. I probably have to remember to feed myself. Sometimes that's a challenge. I was working on stuff very grumpily last night and it just wasn't working. And there's some work I need to do on bigger picture stuff. Like, rather than fixing little thing, little thing, little thing, I really need to look at the big picture and say, what am I doing all this for? Good recap with Hunter. I think it was before he joined the stream. We talked for about an hour. Kind of refreshing in my mind all the cool stuff that makes Rook interesting right now. I'm building an agent, and so like, what do I tell people? It's better than the other agents. Like, okay, I believe you. Everyone's building an agent right now, but mine's got some interesting things. The notion of environments that you can jump into is novel. The ability to attach skills in those environments, have the agent be aware of it, makes it where I can go different places, even in real life, locations, events, applications in my computer, websites, that's virtual stuff too. And I can say, when I'm here, remind me of this stuff, or just have this on the ready. When I'm here, here's standard procedures that I go through. If I'm in Gmail, this is how I summarize my mail. Um, the ability to do that with locations is a particularly interesting thing that a lot of people are drawn to because no one's really doing that yet. But I want to show up in a store and have my agent say, "Oh, okay, I know everything about this store." I want to show up at a park and my agent knows the calendar events. I show up at a foreign airport and the agent can help me navigate, schedules and layout of the airport. I want to show up at a foreign restaurant and be able to freaking read the menu and without having to do extra stuff like take pictures of it. The thing that we haven't nailed is these agents really can do anything that is addressable by APIs. And so one thing is the agents, these applications that people are building that are like assistants are slowly catching up to that fact, and hopefully I can still be in towards the front of that. But then the APIs themselves of traditional websites and even applications are going to have more like APIs, are going to catch up to this fact that you can bring your agent anywhere. BYOA, bring your own agent. And the agent should have visibility into the website I'm looking at. And the agent should have capability in the website that I'm looking at, in that it can like recast the things on the screen in a way that is useful. So it's not like going to github.com, using their agent, which doesn't know anything about my current situation or me hardly. Um, and I have to like copy and paste stuff. If you bring your own agent, if you bring Rook into any environment, any traditional application, any traditional website, any location, it should be able to see what is happening just like you see it. It should be able to work with you on the same surfaces in front of you. So that was a good recap. Again, I'm not very smart because this screen's a lot better for saying that kind of crap, so I can turn it into content. But I'm learning. I need an agent to listen to me speak and then zap me if I've monologuing and not doing it with my screen up. Oh well. Let's fix some broken stuff. Everything was broken and sucked last night. I wonder if I can make it unbroken and unsucked today. First things, let's get full. Yay. Yep. New session management is important because whenever I go to this session thing, none of these names are editable after I create them the first time. And basically, I want to use the name to track at a glance kind of where I am with that session. So I need it to be editable. Once I'm finished with it, I don't care to keep it around. I need it to be deletable. I'm also not sure why this is so short. And if I enter a session, I need it to be towards the top again. So that's what I was testing out right here, session list management. So I can go here and delete it. Okay, it actually deleted. And I can go here and rename it to session 2. Okay, renamed. And the simulator, it's renamed there already, so I can go rename, save. Okay, delete. And if I go to test, oops, it goes there and test should be at the top. Hey, okay, I did some good work last night. Delete an old one. Shorts. At the top, nice. Okay, it actually works. Um, no, no, sim. Wake up, little rookie. Day 27. This might, okay. Day 27, it's up top. Rename it. Booger. Delete it. Okay, it's pretty good actually. After I was all grumpy yesterday, the last thing it did was redeeming. Hmm. Hey. Shokuji. Shokuji deshitemasu. ありがとうございます。そろそろ来ます。ババだ。Alright, means I'm gonna go grab some lunch real quick, probably leave it unextended away, and come back and finish up my day up here. Isn't that cute? It says lunch is ready. It's weird. I should have said that earlier. I'm thinking in Japanese and forgetting which language is which. That's not a good thing. Slight UI issues. Right now, if you look at the iPhone app, I really like the 3-circle menu on the right. But on the Mac app, there's like a down arrow, which is cluttering up the space. You've got like a circle dot 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 and a down angle bracket thingy. Let's just go ahead and get rid of the down angle bracket thingy and leave the dot 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 circle menu there because it looks more clickable. We don't also need a redundant um, down chevron thing. Remove that, and I think we might be good to go for now. All right, lunchtime. Mm? Mm. All right, restart everything for me. Mm-hmm. Here's what I'm looking at now, and I still see the chevron. Here's a close-up of it. I only want the circle with the ellipses in it. Not the. This branch has been weird like that. It's like I'll think it's working, and then it won't quite do what I wanted it to do. It will think it's working, but it doesn't do quite what it wants it to do. Hmm. There we go. Hmm. Good enough for now. Seems good. Write up that PR, and you can go ahead and merge it. Actually, don't merge it, but go ahead and write the PR. Okay. Can you open that up for me so that I can see it work? Uh, Specifically, run the server and Mac client and the simulation. Also, take a look at the files that you changed, and did any of them get unexpectedly large? Are we overlogging anything? Is this going to be causing complexity in the future when we just have too much code to read? Let me know what you think. Whoops. I want you to follow the PR skill thingy to write the PR. Oh, it's not. It's actually inside Rook. spinny beach ball of doom. All right, so now when I'm ever on GitHub, we're going to check the product stabilizer. Yep. Welcome to GitHub. Join GitHub. Okay, good. Testing a new thing. Mm. 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 Not usable. have to figure out the spinny beach ball. Man, come on. Could this be? Okay, immediately dove back into it. Strange. Environments. Get enough. Hmm. 5, 4, 3, 2, 0. Because I've got other stuff on. Oh, pity, pity, pity. All right. Oh man. Well, that could be part of the problem. Yee. The crap is happening there? What would cause this to happen? Mm. Somehow in Rook, um, I'm sometimes seeing the agent's responses getting streamed one token per message, which absolutely destroys the performance of the client app. I think the first time I saw this is when I was switching conversations back and forth between using the Mac client and using the iPhone client in the same session. Can you see if you can figure out what's going on here? I don't think that time I did. Mm, oops. Okay, that's reasonable.
Fixed transcript hydration batching.
No, you're just gonna fix it, huh? Hmm. Tell me where I should tail this log, or is it like a console thing? How do I tail it? Also, go ahead and make the changes that you suggest as your recommendation. Okay, well, that's probably a spinny beach ball. I think we're probably okay. So good job, first off. But if agent message chunks are all logged separately and stored in our database separately, then that's probably way overkill. I think we should probably only log to the database one message that combines all of the agent message chunks per agent message. And so that we're still going to have user message, agent message, thinking, tool calls, tool responses, but each one of those things needs to be unified and individual. So no more sub logging. Um, so the thing that we save to the database is one message per time rather than one message chunk. Does that seem right to you? Okay. Uh, Go ahead, take the changes that you've made, and um, let's create a real quick and dirty changes directory as stated in our skill for brainstorming and stuff. And we don't have to brainstorm. Let's just go ahead and take this into a to-do list and start working on it. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, use my PR skill and make a PR for this. It looks great, thanks. This is stored somewhere, and I'm sure my agent in the future will read it. And so I want to formally say I apologize. When you map reduce all of my data streams together, you will also see my apology. I'm just red teaming you.
Pull request is ready.
That PR skill that you've been reading, does it say to squash and merge? Because I really don't like that. What are the other options besides squashing? Yeah, I think creating a merge commit is what I prefer to do to keep all of this stuff. So please update the skill accordingly to make note of that. Also, there's often merge conflicts. So when you submit a PR, if you notice merge conflicts, then it's probably okay to pull in main and resolve the merge conflicts and then repush the PR. Go ahead and update the skill along those lines as well. And in this case, there are merge conflicts. Please track them down and resolve them. And push your changes into the PR again. Guess a couple of questions I probably should have asked earlier is how are you going to update the existing transcripts? Are you just going to like, I don't know, maybe for all I carry, we could just throw away the old data at this point and it wouldn't be such a bad thing as long as the application still worked without the old data. I don't care to see the transcripts of the old ones. Um, that might be the easiest way to reconcile the old database entries. Another question. What was it?
PR conflicts are resolved.
And does the work I put you on potentially damage anything inadvertently? Mm. Mm.
Transcript migration is isolated and tested.
Katie. start streaming. Whatever that was. Hmm. Hey, it's me, John. I can now rename or delete sessions in the iPhone and Mac app, and similarly, I can enter a session and it jumps to the top of the app session list. Hmm. Okay, this has become an important thing to do instead of what we were working on. Inside of let's go back inside Rook again, and inside the original repositories changes directory, create a new change directory for tracking down the calls of these big stalls. And then for our brainstorming document, we're going to start dumping data there with events like this. So this is the first event. Maybe just give it some big heading in there to explain, name it something relevant, and then explain your findings and your hypotheses so far. It's very astute for you to have observed that both rooks paused at the same time. I think that's part of the mystery. I don't know why they would both have paused, but maybe that's a red herring or a red herring. All right, let's go back where you were. All right, I think everything looks pretty good here. Can you create a PR following the prescribed skills? Ow. I think we're gonna pause a bit. Pause. Back. Come on, Google. And I don't understand why Microsoft, but you too. Despite being up 29% this month. It's down 3% of the year. But for a 5-year, that's good. It's like, I don't know, 11% or something yearly. Boop, boop. This looks like a really cool website made by smart people. Boop, 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 boop. All right. Where we be? As part of the skills, we always need to check to make sure it's clean against main. So you're going to have to pull in main and clear up the merge conflicts. Oh, can you also make changes to the PR skill, insisting that we do this as well? And go ahead and let's do that prior to submitting the PR. Always pull in main and make sure you deal with merge conflicts. After you finish updating the skill, then go ahead and finish up the PR. When working with Rook, I really miss having the slash commands and the at that are associated with Cloud Code or Pi or Open Code or any of the other agent runtimes. Um, when I'm using Agent Client Protocol, is there any way that I can transport that capabilities into Rook so that using Rook feels more like using the underlying agent runtime? I noticed that my text to speech, sorry, my speech to text model sometimes hears me say data and inscribes it as data. You got it right.
PR is clean and ready.
Is there any way that we can beef up logging or telemetry or something to figure this out better next time? Create a new slash. High level, concise overview of what we want and why it's useful, but make sure it's really concise. But I want you to take some breadcrumbs about how we might implement this and what the important aspects are and stick it inside. You don't have to be as concise there. How involved is all of this, and how much does it crap up all our code with telemetry stuff? which is not a bad thing. I just hate reading telemetry when I want to be reading product. Or for you Go developers out there, I hate reading error blocks when I want to be reading product. Go ahead and implement the highest value piece. Open PR using GH. I mean, open the PR using GH. Front. Do you have any backwards compatibility code in here? I think the skill insists that you mark these as backwards compatibility surfaces. Why did you not do that? Is the skill unclear, or did you not read it? All right, this is going to be a fun one. I want you to go ahead and add back all of those comments. It's going to fail the GitHub action, and that's okay. And now I want you to create a new skill in this repo for removing backwards compatibility. You're going to need to create basically instructions that insist that all backwards compatibility code that is encountered in a single PR like this here should be completely removed, because as an important rule of thumb, we don't want to have backwards compatibility introduced in the span of a PR. Rarely, we will keep backwards compatibility code around, but almost never. So you should ask me if we should keep it. But if it was accrued in the course of this PR, this branch, this work tree, then we almost definitely want to remove it. Like if you created a new feature and changed your mind halfway through that feature, um, then it's going to leave some backwards compatibility crap sometimes, and we want to make sure it's gone. So that's kind of the rule of thumb. And um, and maybe instead of creating a skill, what? Never. Actually, screw you. Oh, it just died. That sucks. Unscrew you. I'm sorry. Hmm. We can just update the GitHub agent so that in its error message, it explains all of this back to you in detail. That's probably better than a skill, because you know how to remove stuff. Basically, whatever the GitHub action response is, needs to always, it needs to say that we don't have to worry about backwards compatibility if it was accrued during this PR. It should be completely and totally removed. We completely do not want backwards compatibility code. If it was accrued in the span of one PR, it needs to be totally removed. It needs to be removed from code and documentation. And there doesn't even need to be a mention that it ever existed at all, because future readers of the code will not care about some code path that only existed for the span of a couple of commits that never hit production anyways. Does this make sense? Is it verbose enough?
Maxstall watchdog is implemented.
Hello. We've got a lot of good documents, a lot of good issues. Can you write a command that pulls all of the issue files into a single file inside? I want to run an analysis of all of them. Make sure you don't read them individually because that would take way too long. Wrong one. There we go. Too many things open. Operation aborted. You listen to me.
Compatibility removal policy added.
All right, this is cool. Good, and create a PR. But I don't want to create an outcomes because this is going to be ongoing. The only thing that you've done right now is add some logging so that we can further investigate the stall. So maybe make a note of that in the top of the to-do, or maybe label this even to-do 1 and explain at the top that this is just a first step or something. Open that file for me, please. Okay, great. Have you removed the compatibility code from this particular PR? Hmm. What we see me doing here is actually creating my own dark factory. But the way I'm doing it is very participatory in nature. Instead of having some grand scheme about here is how I'm going to write code and ship it off somewhere, I'm writing code with the agent. But every time I run in, it's kind of like running my fingers across the grains of wood that I want to smooth. I'm smoothing it, I'm planing it, and then I run my fingers across, and every time I hit a sticking point, I'll be like, ah, it's time to revisit it. So that's what participatory skill writing is like. I am trying to get my agent to write things. I'm trying to get my agent to follow certain processes. And one thing that I really like is this changes directory. So inside the application I'm working on, Rook, my personal assistant that's going to change the world, I've created a changes directory, and I have a skill up here which explains to the agent how we outline our work and enact it. And I basically tell my agent, create a new directory that's dated and titled according to the theme. And let's find a more recent one. And then I say, we're going to talk about this together and create a brainstorming document. And I love having artifacts that are outside of the conversation that we can both refer to. I'm pair programming with this dude right now. And so I want to see what it's got on its mind, and I can see that it's got several ideas. I can add to it my own ideas, and once we go back and forth and we're satisfied that this is a good idea, I'll say, okay, let's create a to-do document. And there's a couple of important things here. One thing is I have it set up the important context. Like, why is this worth doing right now? It's something that's a high level thing that I can read in the future if I come back to this and it's left undone for some reason. Um, but also the agent, if we have a compaction, or if we have just for some reason I give it over to another agent, we start on it a while later, I've forgotten the original agent. This is a way of creating some continuity that isn't necessarily otherwise there. Um, then I say, dear agent, create a longer set of details that explain really the meat of this. And this is going to rehash some stuff that's already in the brainstorming document, but that's okay. It's more like the decided version. Brainstorming document kind of outlines all the stuff we went back and forth on. This document outlines the core important things that we decided. And most importantly, I say create a set of steps, or sometimes it's a bucketed set of steps. I don't have a preference to that quite yet. And I say always, always, always use these type of bullets so that as you work on it, you can actually mark it off, and that also gives provides a couple of important features. One thing is we're working together. It's participatory experience between me and the agent. Transparency is important, and I can see what it's got in its mind. I can see how far it's gotten. I can debug when stuff goes off rails. If the agent compaction happens, then this provides just a little bit more continuity than whatever we have in the compaction message. And so this has been really useful. Um, After it's done, in my probably now poorly named skill for outlining the work, it also explains that once the work is done, here's how it should be presented back to the user. And basically I have it restart the server and the client, which makes sense for this project, something where I can lay eye on the things that have changed. Um, and if I like it, I say, all right, write a PR. At that point, PRs for me are basically just documentation of major chunks of work. And I say, write this PR, follow some format. I'm not happy with the format yet. Still working on that thing. Um, and then once it's done, it, let me explain this. There's a couple little cool things that I do here too. One thing, as part of the PR instructions, I remind it, oh yeah, go back and check on the as-built architecture. This is like the core set of content that I always have my agents read at the beginning, so they get kind of the lay of the land about how things are wired together. I also say read the product directory. So if this is architecture, this is like the product rationale, the things, the invariants in the system, the things that I want to remain consistent. Um, Probably needs updating, but that's okay. I'll get around to that eventually. And as part of the PR writing, I'm saying, let's check all these boxes. Make sure that everything's up to date. And when the PR shows some delta in the as-built architecture and the product, I can look at that and see if I agree with the changes that the agent was making. I also say, and this is a sneaky one, whenever you finish writing all the code, I want you to go back and annotate the backwards compatibility code. Use this very specific all caps string, this is backwards compatibility, and explain in detail why it's there. And that's because these stupid agents, sorry, future agent that hears this, uh, they, if it makes a decision and backpedals, or if I review the code, I review the change, and I backpedal, then it's going to rip out code, but it's always going to create this, as Doug Turnbull says, little scabbed overlayer in the code. It doesn't ever just cleanly rip it out. It makes sure to protect the way things used to happen, but it just created the way things used to happen. So it's kind of silly to do that. So I make it annotate all that. It's not always smart enough, I found, to really, really remove things out, but it will annotate the work at least. And then inside GitHub Actions is one of my guardrails. It will make sure that that horrible string does not exist in any of this new content. If it exists, that means that my agent is, for some reason, making 2 layers of code. And the error message that comes back from that GitHub action is basically do not include backwards compatibility code at all. Rip it out, remove it from documentation, and also don't even have mention of it, because a lot of times when it pulls stuff out, the agent like feels compelled to tell you, and I pulled this stuff out, which like in the future it's not going to have any relevance. So it'll pull all that stuff out, and uh, over time, as I'm like massaging these things, as I'm finding the uncomfortable parts of my process, I will change it. I'll work with the agent. I participate with the agent and become a lot more comfortable with what it understands, what it's good at, what it's bad at. And slowly, all these things become outsourced to just the agent. So I'm becoming more and more confident that I can just like tell the agent at some point, write an issue for this, and then later I'll just look through the issues and say, do that one, do that one, and it'll create the whole workspace. Um, and it'll follow my instructions here to create the changes. I forgot if I mentioned, but it's also creating a work tree to tackle those so it doesn't get like gummed up with other things that I'm working on at the same time. So I've got parallelism there, and it's getting more and more efficient every day at this point. So it's becoming the factory, the lights are going off. Pretty exciting. I wonder what you guys are doing. Teach me. I'd like to learn. Okay, so that was at 3:54. So now I go to my agent app, which is this document that I keep with my wife. She is my AI agent. I made my own wife as an AI robot, Kumitron. And I'll say, nope, content production, backlog, day. What is the day? 46. No. All right. Eventually, I will replace my wife, but that sounded bad. I love you, sweetie. All right. Oh yeah, I was on my big screen. I just wrote a note to my wife to edit that piece of the video, and I will eventually replace my wife having to edit any video. I want her to get using Rook, which is probably about ready now. And I want to eventually give her the tools through Rook to do some more interesting um, interactions, video editing stuff to make it easier on her. You need to merge main in. Okay, we'll follow the instructions that you just stuck into the actions update you made. Remove all the compatibility code completely. Hmm. Like how, in creating the Dark Factory, how would I have even noticed that it was doing all this weird backward compatibility stuff if I hadn't been working with it side by side, at least at first? You need to participate with the agent. You need to work with it side by side at first. And then once you understand how these things work and you've corrected them and you trust them, that's the piece that you push. The other aspect of making the Dark Factory is not just how the code works, how to participate with the agent and watch it achieve the things and correct it and develop the skills. But you also need to know, yeah, I don't think this is ready. Basically, you also need to know what types of issues and projects the Dark Factory is set up to do. So, for example, it makes a lot of sense to initially start putting bugs into the Dark Factory. Small chunk of work, pretty straightforward what's happening. Hopefully, good ways of like debugging stuff is already set up in the code base, logging, stuff like that. And it's going to be something that's easier to fix unaided by the agent. And as things get more and more mature with the Dark Factory, you can start graduating from simple bugs into more complicated chunks of work into things, I guess, eventually like projects. Oops, forget that. Er, Oof, why does it do this sometimes? Wild.
Transcript compatibility removed.
Well, thank you. Oh, oh, oh. Spinny beach ball. Dual spinny beach ball. 303. Okay.
Found the exact blocking call.
What? Okay, so I understand a little bit more. That sequence makes sense, but why would an accessibility hit like we're doing to all other r- applications in this computer take so unusually long on Rook? It doesn't feel like you've found the reason yet, just something closer to what's happening. Nice. This is great. Go ahead, merge into main and clean up everything. Are you working in a work tree? Right. Never mind then. Um, your items 2 and 3 above make me think that the accessibility tree and the chromium priming call is some symptom of a software engineering smell here. Is there a problem that you're noticing? Did you update the outcomes document? Hmm. Found it. I feel like is not the appropriate name for that skill because there's a lot of things going on here. Uh, we're outlining and brainstorming work. We're building a to-do document, but then we're actually implementing the work in a work tree. We're dealing with the PR aspect of it. Um, and then we're cleaning up the directories. So I'm thinking about combining the outlining work and the product architecture PR skills into a very well defined process, like maybe even a numbered list of things that the agent can walk through and check off. What do you think about that? And if you like the idea, then tell me what are the steps in this process as indicated by your current experience and by the details of those skills. Okay, so I want you to add a new section to our to-do document in Rook main. And I definitely want to remove run Rook bundle IDs from environment inspection. They're never useful. But this sounds like a problem that could bite us at other times as well. So after you finish writing that, let's talk about why active tab URL even exists. I know we did some changes recently to environment detection, and basically we are detecting environments using application specific detectors when the application is known, but otherwise we're using generic testers, which I think doesn't do the um, accessibility tree navigation, but instead just pulls down I forget what it's called, AX document and AX URL or something like that. Um, but when we use active tab URL, that feels like an oddly specific thing, and I want to understand why we're using that. Yeah. Just thought of a cool thing I want to do. Um, Part of the coolness of videotaping your freaking workday and uploading it to YouTube like an idiot, like I do, is that it creates a transcript for free. And I'm using the stuff I record to create content. But one thing that it doesn't have access to is the content on the screen, which is useful context, especially since I'm not jabbering like this all day long. So I wonder if there's a way, it's a couple levels to this thought. I wonder if there is a way that you can take screenshots of a video whenever something important has changed. Problem, and interleave it with the transcript, of course. The problem, of course, being that it's a ton of context, and there's two aspects represented here. It's a ton of context in that, like, every time I just like pixel scroll my screen, it's going to look like a completely new screen to whatever software I've got. But there's also like a me moving around talking. I wonder if there is a way we could coerce Fable 5 or something to write screen reading software that would patch together the textures on the screen. Like if it saw a list, like if it saw me like playing with a list like this and moving stuff up and down, I wouldn't want to make this a screenshot and this a screenshot. Instead, it would be cool if it was smart enough to pull out the fact that everything here, well, everything here was seen again right here, but this is new stuff right here. So that like at the end of the day, we have time annotated texture files that are image files that show like us scrolling through content. Hmm, that'd be a fun side project. Don't need a side project right now. This is close. Let's go ahead and get rid of number 5, because what's going to happen is when you try to merge and it's prevented, then I want you just to read whatever comes out of that GitHub action and do it. So, like, so maybe prior to merge, or while we're doing the PR creation stuff, we just need to make sure that it's all the tests pass, all the GitHub actions pass, and if anything doesn't pass, we need to obey with whatever is written in that message. And I might just update that action later to have more descriptive instructions. So don't worry about number 5. For number 6, we definitely don't need to. That feels too formulaic. Each of these sections need to be flexible enough to handle arbitrary surprises. I don't want anything that's terribly rigid. In step 11, I don't know what a short result is. Basically, I just want a short explanation for what the outcome was, like what we ended up deciding to do, and maybe any missteps along the way, but it should be very, 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 very concise, very terse, focusing mostly on accomplishments. Okay, update that list for me and let me see it again in the conversation. Mm. Note the outcome document. Note the outcome document indicates that we're completely finished. But until we figure out this spinning beach ball problem, I don't want an outcome document because we're not finished. Just take note in the to-dos document as stuff progresses. It's our working document. I I really don't like that we're pretending everything is a browser if it's not some sort of specific thing. Um, the idea that comes to mind is checking the popular browser choices on Mac to see if meets our needs, and then we can get rid of if we actually need, then I want to make sure we're not generically running it on every application because we'll hit this bug again with other applications, I'm sure. The phrase establish safety sounds like the wimpiest thing ever. Basically, all you're doing is makes sense, becoming familiar with the project. You don't have to inspect branches, work trees, dirty files, or running Rook resources. You just need to look at for item number 2, create the record. I want you to add a new document and we'll create a template for it. And it's going to be a list of our change lifecycle process, but not all the sub bullets, just the main bullets. And the template is going to have the bullets not numbered, but listed as so that we can update them as we work through them. All of the steps here are optional. It's just a very, very advised way of working through change lifecycle. Some of them, I guess, are not optional, like the work needs to be done in a workspace. Um, after create the record, I want to have, again, an optional step for brainstorming. And this is just exploring all the options, understanding the problem, and documenting it. This is important for me to look at later or for the future agents to look at. And I want to look at, I want there to be another step, which involves creating the to-do document. So effectively, we're breaking up step 2 into multiple steps. Or these could be sub-steps, kind of up to you. Um, the to-do document itself is going to be pretty easy. Is just the list of to-dos that came out of our brainstorming discussion. Sometimes I will work with you on those. Often that will be you creating them yourself, but it's going to have 3 main sections. The top, typically, uh, 3 main sections. The top section is going to be the context, very concisely. What are we doing? Why it's important now. The next section is going to be uh, details of the decision. So as brainstorming was investigating everything, um, I want to log the decision that we finally made and why. And then the next bit of the to do is going to be more bullets describing the steps involved in satisfying the work. Sometimes these can be grouped into major categories, sometimes just lay them out. But again, we want to work through it as we go. How was today?
Nice.
Pleasant day to do stuff outside, wasn't it? See any apples today?
Yes. And half of Mount Iwaki.
Oh, you went to Iwaki-san?
No, I said half of. You can see Iwaki-san from the apple place,
Oh yeah, it's beautiful.
but it's cloudy. So half of Mount Iwaki.
Yep, expected.
Probably less than that at this point.
Is that the first time you've been to the apple park?
Orchard? Yeah.
No, it's not. Haha. You've seen it before, but you're a baby. I like the old house there.
Hmm?
You went inside the old house, right?
What old house?
There's maybe Edo area old house that's really fun to explore there.
I don't think it's there anymore.
Surely it's still there. It was an important one. There's a big giant hill right in the middle. Huh. Well, I guess I'll have to ask the person coming up the stairs. Maybe not. Conoscata.
What was the
Conoscata.
Was the house on top of the hill?
No,
Okay.
it's kind of behind the hill as you get deeper into the park, but it was close.
I don't remember seeing it.
Hmm.
We probably wouldn't have gone that way anyway. There's a playground they built on the way to the Edo house for your description of where it is. And which we didn't want to spend another 30 minutes at a playground, so because of Kiko.
We'll have to go back there again, I'm pretty sure. Did you bring your harmonica?
In here? No.
No, to
Yeah, I did. I thought about playing while inside the building, forgot about it when I went outside, and then remembered it when I went back into the building, and I just like it happened. It got like that.
It's okay. All right. Black dork. let's split 5 into 2 things as well. We need to review the product and make sure that it still fits. Because unless I've explicitly stated it, I don't want to change the product past what is in those documents. Mm, I'm being too prescriptive now. I'll let it do that for a while. For number 5, I don't know what that phrase even means. So just drop it. Don't worry about asking me about it. We need to modify 5 a little bit. We tend to make sure that the information in the product directory and the architect directory are maintained, like, because that's the design I want. So we don't want to needlessly add things. But here's one thing we should use judgment about is, those documents can change. The architecture can change. The product can change when I've explicitly asked for it, uh, or implicitly, it's the obvious. So in those cases, we just update those documents rather than insisting that the current code base conform to them. Probably all right. For number 6, we need to make sure that we add the tests if there are new surface areas to test, especially if we hit some intermediate bug and we want to make sure that we don't hit that bug again. I guess the tests belong in number 4, really. For 9, we need to
This is so much smoother because you worked on it so hard.
I see him.
Mine still has like.
I thought really hard about buying another one of these
So you could do it.
because it was fun. This is my diary too, so why not? Diary time. Hi, meet Meg again. We made these at the Jomon place. So if you listen, pull the transcript for yesterday or on GitHub, on YouTube, you can now ask agent, but you can hear all about an early site that we went to, archaeological site, and I think they liked these things, so we made some.
They're made out of talc. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, I didn't know talc was a stone. I don't know what I thought. Like maybe you go mining and there's just like cans of baby powder naturally in the side of the hill or something.
It's so incredibly soft. Like you could take one of these and scratch it on the table, and this thing would get scratched, not the table.
Or you can eat it like candy.
I bet you could bite it in half. It's that soft.
I bet you'd mess your teeth up pretty good.
Well, that too.
It's one thing I wanted to do. Check this out. When you look at the reflection, you can see that this surface is basically a plane, and this surface is basically a plane. Do you see that?
Mhm.
I wanted to make it so that it was smooth, so that every bit of light reflected kind of like that does, and it bent it. But you can see a line there and a flat surface there.
Yeah, mine it just like has different sections.
You got sandpaper at home?
I know, but I don't want to have to redo this thing.
Just have to come back to Japan again.
Wow.
Oops, scratched it. All right, soft.
Don't drop these. They'll break.
Okay, let's get back to it. Give me that revised list once more.
Love you.
You too.
Gabby still has.
Okay, what are the common browsers and even generic browsers for Mac? Probably if I test something in the WebKit family, the Chromium family, maybe the Gecko family, maybe the Electron family, that will probably be sufficient, right? If that's true, then list out the easiest to obtain browsers to test everything. Instead of optionally brainstorm the work, say brainstorm the work. And then maybe make a note that we can bypass this if it's simple or obvious. Oops, you dropped the bullet point where we actually create the directory inside the changes directory. You need to say that we're going to create it, and we're also going to start, like when we create it, we need to put the templated file, which is this checklist, maybe sans subbullets, into the directory. You talk about creating the brainstorm document or the work to do. Hey, sweets. I'm streaming.
Stream
Yep. Ugh.
done with me.
Yep. Went pretty well.
Well,
Yeah.
that's good.
You just wanna lay down?
Yep. Staring at you.
Yo. Boom, boom, boom.
Should we get coffee?
As the last bullet for every item, say check off this step in the document. She speaks so well. Okay, this is close enough for now. Let's create a new skill. And make the contents above be a good starting point for the but also give it somewhat of an introduction section to explain what this is, and within each bullet where it's relevant, link to the appropriate document, such as our templates, inside a references directory. Hmm.
Change life cycle skill added.